Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today, chat? You guys remember how when I recorded the first impressions on the new characters video like 2 days ago, I talked about how it shut up. Sorry. Thank you for the 36 months. I talked about how like at least if you really like Idlio and you don't like Zabai, right? You could like he had some pretty decent motion value on his C2. So you could kind of like build him for damage, although it wouldn't be that good. But like at least you could do that. It wasn't completely cooked. Yeah, so they nerfed his C2. They divided the damage by 2. So that's cool. Yeah, I actually manifested that nerf for sure. That was my fault. I'm sorry. Hi, chat. Good morning. How are you all doing today? Oh my goodness. All right. This is the defense multiplier. I'll have the EM multiplier still there. Yeah, but the EM multiplier is not very good, right? Does it look like your mic is pointing on your forehead? Sorry, I guess. Is this better? It's not pointing on my forehead now? Are you proud of it? Oh yeah, it doesn't really change much for Ilua's normal builds, but it does kind of remove his ability to build full defense for damage. Not that it was very good to begin with, but oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Chat, how many days until Siege Onslaught resets? It's 2 days, right? 2 days. IT day tomorrow. Kloogie. Alright. So, on this account, what do we need to prep again? We need to prep Colombina and Dubai. And for that, I don't think I have the books I need, right? So it's just a book farming day. Mooning. Yeah, we're not even close to enough. Alright. Time to go moon, chat. Oh my god, I'm mooning. What books does Jabai use? I feel like my pronunciation is getting worse every time I say it. Zabai, not Jabai. Oh, she wants the Leo book. She wants gold? What the hell? Do I have gold? Maybe I do, actually. Not really, actually. That's pretty cooked. Alright. Well, unlucky. Zabai wants gold like Rhine-daughter. Oh my god, is that a fucking lore reference? Oh my fucking god. Someone get Arnold in here right now. What the? Oh. Right now. That's about V2 changes. The only change was C2 got nerfed, right? Hey, we got a purple. Nice. Is that the guy who murders birds? I don't think he murders them. I think he is the act of murder against birds. Oh no, I got cryoed. I just thought of a joke, but I don't know how I can make the delivery funny, chat.
It's justice o'clock. Yeah! Hurry up, Grassa.
Saved, honestly? Maybe, yeah. Ooh, +2. Hey, think of it as 16 months. Huge. Chad, do you want to hear my undercooked joke, or should I just pretend it?
Controlled breathing.
Did I just miss? Should I just pretend it wasn't there? Like, I will actually abide by what you say. I'm not gonna tell you the joke if you say no. So do you want to hear it or not? Okay, I'm seeing a little bit more yeses than nos. No, it's like with the whole like, he doesn't murder birds. He is the murder of the birds. The only thing I could think of was I am become Arnold, murder of birds. You cooked, bro? Is that a good one? Is that a good joke? That was not funny? No? Damn. I was really hoping, man. Wait. Why the fuck is this quest objective telling me to talk to Chang the Ninth and nod cry? I feel like I'm getting spoiled right now. Oh wait, no, it's not. It's cause this is not the right quest. Never mind. Okay. Never mind. Okay. I was like, what the heck is Chang the Ninth doing in Nod Cry? Holy.
Ad Astra Ab. Thank you for complete.
Holy.
Ad Astra.
Bro is still on official quest. This is the like post quest thing, right? Like I have the passive. Columbina in 2 CD looks fun to play. Does it? Because I don't think it does. Is there any new footage that came out that makes it look fun? Hmm. Hmm.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry.
That's not N2CD. That's just C.
Stack my plate up high, then squash it all down.
So never mind.
Take a deep breath, and wolf it
Maybe
down.
not. I don't know, man.
That way.
Okay, how long until we get our refund? 2 minutes? Okay, let's wait it out then. Oh. Hmm. We should do wheeling bosses if you want before Stygian. Meh. Meh. Probably. I probably should, but it's too late. I have 20 resin left.
On my mark. It's justice o'clock.
Actually, I could just not claim, because I should be streaming for a decent amount of time today, but I might forget to claim it, honestly.
What?
Everyone's spending resin on books instead of saving it for us, so... Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've reached the point where, like, right now, I don't really care about farming any artifact domain. Because, like, my Zabai build is kind of already, like, mostly done. Like, it's not perfect, but it's honestly good enough. And I don't really have anyone else I need to be farming for. So I'm not like I'm not getting my panties in a twist about maximizing efficiency for artifact drops. The main artifacts I want to farm for are the ones coming out next patch. And I can't farm those with this Stygian Onslaught, obviously. Do you have a Serenade set ready for Columbina? Mostly. Right now, it's more so that I'm missing artifact XP, so I can't level up my promising pieces. Hmm. Oh, there it is. Someone... Okay, so I found the N2CD thing. Wow, it's so fucking slow. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's so fucking slow. Holy, that's disgusting. Oh! Disgusting. It looks the same speed as Nefer to me. Bro, Nefer gets 3 of them in the time it takes Columbina to do 1. You might need to get your eyes checked. What team would be best for Columbina personal damage? Columbina Bloom with Nilo Double Dendro or Yehoda Sucrose Llama? I'm pretty sure it's neither. I'm pretty sure the best team for Columbina personal damage is going to involve some Pyro. Like, vaping her stuff is actually pretty impactful. Vaping is good, chat. Did you know? I'm surprised they didn't nerf her. Beta is like... V2 is generally like just small text changes. And because they haven't really had time to like go through the feedback of testers anyways, right? So usually the changes start coming in V3. Sometimes there's V2 changes, but yeah, if you don't have Durin, I guess you're kind of cooked though, because the other pyros kind of suck with her. So I told you also. Okay, buddy. Yes, I'm sure you predicted that Durin not shredding Hydra was actually a long con because Columbina would be a Dendro carry. True. Yeah, you're right. Durin is cool. You actually got that. Just like that's crazy. You're so insightful. Durin is cool. Well done. Congratulations. The visionary. Call him Vetterfulnir. Holy. True. I'm getting Columbina for Sandron, and if Sandron isn't playable, I will uninstall and unsubscribe from every Genshin channel. Well, in order to unsubscribe, you would need to be subscribed to begin with. I do notice the Prime icon next to your name level slide, so I'm waiting. You wouldn't overpromise and underdeliver, right? You wouldn't do Sandron like that, would you? Right? Right? Like I know you wouldn't do her like that. I believe in you. Yeah, we're waiting. All right. Chat. When it's an Archon quest day, we don't like lead with the Archon quest because we gotta like properly wake up and vibe. But I can't go on the other account and do my dailies because I'm fucking quest locked right now. Right? Because Act 5 led into Act 6 without allowing you to leave. So I alt F4'd. So on the other account, I'm in the cutscene right now. So I can't go do my dailies there. So we gotta figure out something else. So maybe we take a look at some more stuff here, right? I looked at a bunch of Columbina Llama stuff a few days ago. I guess there's more stuff we want to look at as well, right? Neuvillette Virgin, but with Columbina instead. Do you mean Columbina with Neuvillette or Columbina instead of Neuvillette? I don't know which one would be better, actually. Have you got Neuvillette Hyperbloom with Columbina? No. I don't think you would want to do Hyperbloom, though. Because, like... if you have Llama on the team, you're straight up better off having Columbina proc the Dendro, like proc the Lunar Bloom skill instead of the Lunar Charge one. And then on top of that, Pyro allows her to vape. But I guess we can take a look at Neuvillette Burgeon with Columbina. Right? We go Neuvillette, Llama, Durin, Columbina. But what exactly do we want here? Is this even good? I mean, I guess it's fine, right? Columbina burst duration is not long enough to be full uptime in Neuvillette teams, right? Yeah, it's 20 seconds. But I guess it's fine with this, right? If you do a 24-second rotation, you can get 2 of these. Or sorry, you can get like all 4 of these buffed. Right? What would your rotation look like? Neuvillette E, Llama EQ. Durin EEQ. Columbina EQ. Probably. Then Neuvillette CA QE, Llama hold E, Neuvillette 3CA. Right? So basically the same thing as what you do on the Raiden version of the team. Or sorry, on the Farina version of the team. You do get to vape Columbina's burst here, which is nice. And you could always QE instead of EQ if the EQ like has bad timings for your vapes. Doesn't change anything. Wouldn't Dark Mode Durin deal more damage? He's not vaping a single time. You have Llama on the team here. Alright, and you'd have for now. Actually, what do the ER requirements look like here? 3, 1.8, 1, 0.6, 2, 1.2. I did that a while ago. We like this is basically what this team was, right? But we did the Columbina charge attacks here, and it was pretty fucking good. Anyway, so we have Neuvillette, Llama, Durin, Columbina. Neuvillette, energy. He should be catching 4 from his own. And then out of the... How many particles does Columbina make again? It's 4/3 every 4 seconds, so a third per second. So in a... Okay, technically you can maybe do a 24-second rotation here, but I feel like In practice, it'll be a little bit more. So let's do 26. 25. Actually, we have the full skill duration, right? So it's... And it lasts for 20 seconds, right? No, it lasts for 25, right? Yeah, never mind. So we don't have full skill. Well, we do. Well, whatever. We have 0, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, and then 24 probably. So 7 instances. Right? So you generate about 9 particles. Let's say Nevidette catches 5, doesn't catch 4. Will it be worth doing some charge attacks on Columbina instead of Nevidette charge attacks? Probably not. I don't think so. Then for the rest, Llama, what's Llama's particle generation again? It's the same, right? Yeah, it's straight up the same. All right, every 2 hits is 4/3. This is full uptime, so in a 26-ish second rotation, it's about 8 particles, 9 particles. Let's say 4 caught, 4 non-caught. And then Durin is 4. If we don't have any favs, huh. Nevidette's burst cost is 70, right? So about 30% ER requirement. On him. Llama. Right? It was I said I was assuming a total of 8. This should be 1, 7. Then she catches the 4 from Nevidette. And then doesn't catch the other 4, doesn't catch 8 of Columbina's and 4 of those, right? Just, yeah, okay. Then 0, 2. Her burst cost is 60. So her energy requirements is 184. Pretty easy to reach that with substats plus spindle loot. Durin for 0. 1 from Llama, 1 from Columbina. 8, 7, 8. Yeah. His burst cost was 70. He gets 30 refund. ER requirement, pretty fucking low as well. You're fine with just Iron Sting. And finally, Columbina. Columbina is equal to... So she only catches 1 of her own particles. So then you have 8 and 8 non-caught. Then you have maybe 1 particle from Llama. Her. Okay. We could also battery the Nvidia E into Columbina to make her ER requirement go down by 15%. I don't know if that's worth it. Maybe. Is Columbina charge attack swappable? That's a good question, but probably not. You think there's any team where Sackjade makes sense versus Proto Amber? This is the team where you could use Sackjade. Because the 43 is very achievable through substats. It's not like ideal, but it's not awful either. I wonder what sets you want to go here, actually. Because you definitely want Sky on Neuvillette. Then you want Serenade on someone. You want Deepwood on someone, right? So the question is, out of these three characters, who goes on a damage set? What's better between Gilded Llama, Flop Durin, and what's it called? Fucking Dawn Columbina. The reason why I'm not certain that it's going to be Dawn Columbina is because Columbina's ER requirements are high enough for the 2-piece Serenade to actually make a difference here. Llama should be on SMS for ER requirement. She doesn't need to be. Trust me, if you've ever, like, you'll know this if you've ever played Neuvillette Llama teams. Her ER requirements are fucking trivial as hell. They are not a problem. Durin Shirley, right? With double hydro, you're getting a ton of blooms. Yeah, but Flop isn't actually that big of a DPS upgrade. And like, yeah, you're getting a lot of blooms, but you're also getting a lot of other things. Your damage is like very split in between a lot of different sources. I think for now, I'll just assume that you have the effects of Serenade and Deepwood, and I'll try all of them individually. So I guess we'll start with Dawn on Columbina. And then weapons. So this is actually a team where we could do Sackjade and it would be really fucking good. But I don't like assuming Sackjade, so I don't know if I should. Maybe I don't Proto Amber. The thing is, he doesn't really need the extra ER from Proto Amber. Like, I'm pretty sure the optimal distribution is just double Sackjade. But I don't know about that. Let's look at Amber for now. Amber, Spindle Loot, Iron Sting, and Amber as well. Not that you fucking need it, but I guess. You know what? I'll just do Sack Jade on both. I can't be bothered, man. Fab, this is not a team where you want to go Fab. Your requirements are too low. Could you also look at the 4-star non-cry craftable on Columbina? It's not going to be that good. But it'll be fine, I guess, yeah. But her damage is split. She has a lot of non-lunar damage. Especially in a team like this where she vapes. Anyways, you're getting a total of 11 pyro applications that will lead to vapes. Honestly, does it matter who vapes between Neuvillette and Columbina? I feel like it kind of doesn't. I feel like they gain about a similar amount. Right? Anyways. Then we get... how many applications from Neuvillette? Out of the 4 charge attacks, you have 4 on the first one, 4 on the second one, and then 4, I think. Because ICD gets a little cooked when you do consecutive charge attacks. Anyways, then you have the 2 E's and the Q. So that's 18 Hydro Apps. Columbina has 1 from the cast, 1 from the burst, and then... Yeah, we're going to say 25-second rotation. So you get 12 from the skill. Total of 32 apps. Out of those 32 apps, 11 will vape. The rest will bloom. Right? But realistically, you're probably not getting the full 21 because there's probably going to be some finicky stuff where aura expires or stuff like that. So let's assume like 15 for now. We'll lowball it at 15. So 15 Burgeons. 11 vapes. And I don't think we need to look at who's triggering the reaction, because I'm pretty sure that whether it's Neuvillette or Columbina, it ends up doing a similar amount of damage, right? Because Neuvillette's motion value and Columbina's skill motion value are very similar, and I think their amount of effective HP will also be fairly similar. So whether you get a vape on a Neuvillette charge attack hit or on a Columbina skill hit, I think it's pretty much the same. Let's say 10 out of 11 vapes. Okay. Neuvillette base HP is 14,695. Did you complete the story quest? No. We finished Act 5 yesterday. We are locked into Act 6 as soon as we log into that account today. So I'm stalling a little because I don't like we just started the stream. You know, we gotta wake up. Anyways, HP percent. So for now, we look at Sack Jade R1. So 32% from Sack Jade, 46.6 from main stat. This is definitely a team that goes damage goblet. 25 from resonance, 20 from substats. That should be it. Flat HP. I should just have this say HP because most of these characters are HP anyways. Total HP. All right. Damage percent. What do we have? We have Goblet. We have his passive, about 28 average. It's actually, it might be a little bit less, like 25 average, because we don't have a dedicated healer. Okay. Do we have any other sources of damage percent? Right? We have Deepwood. We have Serenade, neither of which give damage percent. Sack Jade doesn't give damage percent. Nivet's Kid only has that 20, like up to 30 from the passive. Or this artifact set doesn't give us damage percent, so that's it, right? Yeah. We're really low on damage percent, huh? That's fine. Elemental Mastery. So you have 40 from Sack Jade R1, 120 from Serenade, 80-ish from Substats. That should be it. Yeah, Multiplier. The only reaction he triggers is Vape here, in terms of like dealing damage. So it's just the Vape, yeah, Multiplier. Doesn't Dawn give 80? Dawn is only to the active character that it gives 80. How different is Magatozzi on Neuvillette? It'll increase his personal damage, but I think the team DPS will be lower because Sky gives it 10% reaction damage to the team. Alright, crit value. 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. 60 from Sky, 36.8 times 2 from Sack Jade, and that's it. Right? Yes. Do you have 80 EM from Sky? I think so. That's what this 80 was, right? Yeah, I think so. No, that was substats. You're right, I forgot about it. Thank you. Crit multiplier. Effective attack. Total HP times 1 plus damage percent times EM multiplier. We're going to need more rows, aren't we? Yup. Okay, so this is the effective HP on a vaped charge attack. Effective HP on an unvaped. Wait, I forgot the fucking crit. Oopsie. On an unvaped charge attack. Effective HP on a vaped skill or burst hit. And on an unvaped skill or burst hit. Lunar, we don't care. Llama, he's not getting any procs. Transformative, he's not getting any procs. Motion value. So let's say that out of the 10 vapes you get, I don't know, maybe 5 of them on Columbina, 5 of them on Neuvillette, 4 of them on Columbina, 6 of them on Neuvillette. I don't know, man. 13.45 times, let's say 4, 3, 4. Let's say 4 of the charge attacks are vape, and then 1 of the skills. And then not the burst or the second skill. Perhaps. Maybe. I think that's reasonable. Probably. Perhaps. Hopefully. Anyways. Times, we have 2 stacks, so 1.25. And times 2 because it's vaped. Then unvaped, we don't have the times 2. We have a total of 32 charge attack hits, right? And out of those 32 charge attack hits, we're vaping 4, so that leaves 28 unvaped. Then we're vaping a skill. 21.87 times 2. And we are not vaping 21.87 and 37.84 with 15.48 times 2. Okay, none of this. And then damage is effective HP times motion value times the shred multiplier, which is, in this team, Llama is the only source of Hydro Shred, so 1.075, and defense multiplier. Which gives us a total damage of 900k with 36k DPS. Next, we have Columbina. Columbina HP. I believe she goes HP Sands here. Or Hydro Goblet here as well. So she'll end up with pretty much the same stats as Neuvillette because she has the same base HP, which is really funny. On Dawn with Sack Jade, our ER requirements are a little bit higher. So maybe we sacrifice 1 roll of HP, 2 rolls of crit for it. Are those Sack Jades R1? Yes. Damage percent, yeah. Elemental Mastery. Sack Jade. Dawn. Substats. Serenade. EM multiplier for Lunar Bloom is 1.21 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus Dawn 60%, Serenade and Sky 20%. Ascendant Gleam bonus from Durin is going to be at like 15%. Maybe even less, like 12%. Because Durin does not build a lot of attack. Is that it here? No, 40% from her burst. Yeah. Okay. Crit value. We have this, we have this, we have this. We don't have this. Instead, it's 30% here. Thank you for the raid, Lord's Pricks. Welcome, Raiders. We're currently doing some calcs on Columbina teams while stalling for the Archon quest. Yo. We also have 40% from the Lunar Bloom from Llama. I brought Vikings and made them promise to be well behaved. I'll keep you updated on whether they hold up their end of the deal or not. I'm watching you, Raiders. Okay. Effective HP, vaped. Yeah. And then unvaped. Yeah. And then Lunar. Wait, am I an idiot? I am an idiot. This is looking at the wrong crit. It's supposed to look at this one. And then for this, it looks at the EM multiplier here and it looks at this one. Yeah. Llama. How much is a llama quill for her? It's 377.8 of llama's EM multiplied by the crit multiplier. Yeah, that's it. She obviously doesn't do any burgeons, so she doesn't get any of that. Motion value. So we said she's getting 5 vapes. Maybe that's too much, honestly. Maybe we should just assume 4 and 6 on Neuvillette. It doesn't really matter that much. Columbina. So we're definitely going to go out of our way to vape the burst. So 54.6.8. Sorry. And then 4 vaped skill hit. 15.9 times 4. And then unvaped. The remaining 12 or the remaining 8 skill hits. 15.9 times 8. The initial cast, 28.4. And that should be all, right? Yep. Next up, we have the lunar motion value, which is 3.4 times 5. And we get 4 of these this time. Right? And then the number of hits from llama. So we said we're getting 15 burgeons. Right? And we're getting 20 of these. Huh. Oh, that's nice, actually. That means that you're getting the llama buff on all of them, right? Because you'll have 15 llama quills used on Durin. Right? 21 left. 20 used on the 4 hits of Columbina's skill. That's 1 left. And 1 used on llama's holdie. So you actually use exactly 36 with these assumptions. That's hilarious. Anyways, we need to have llama's EM. So 315.2 base, spindle loot, main stats, sub stats, serenade should be all, right? Yeah. Okay, then this is fine. And then the lunar damage. How much shred do we have? We have 20 shred from Durin, 30 from Deepwood, 25 from Llama. Right, so that's 75 shred. So 1.325. Yup. Okay. Next up is Llama. So 255, 510. Attack percent, basically nothing. Damage percent, let's have her on Deepwood for now. Sure. EM multiplier, she's only really triggering... Am I an idiot, chat? I am an idiot. I was calculating Columbina's lunar damage with a 1.5 EM instead of 320. Okay, a little bit higher. That makes more sense. Okay. Okay, for Llama, we don't have her We don't have the Dawn thing for her. We do have the Ascending Gleam, the 2-piece or the 4-piece set bonuses of Serenade and Sky, and Columbina's Burst. Crit value is going to be a lot lower, right? We don't have crit Ascension. We don't have crit main stat. We do have substats, but maybe not quite as many. I also said I would remove some substat. Wait, before we do that. Yeah, we don't have this or this, but we do have the 40% CV. Yeah. I said I was going to remove some substats from Columbina for the ER requirements, and I didn't do that. There we go. Anyways, then we have this square divided by +1, and then 1 plus this divided by 2 minus 10. No, divided by 4 minus 10 times this divided by 2 minus 20. Okay. Then effective attack here. We don't have any sort of EM multiplier. We just have this. Yup. Effective EM. Yup. And then lunar. No. There we go. Lunar is going to be effective EM here, but instead of damage percent, we look at EM multiplier. And then these should look at this. Yeah. And I put it in the wrong cell, of course, because I'm an idiot, but it's fine. Motion value. Llama, where are you, Llama? Dendro. So 206.7. Don't say it, chat. Shut up. 206.7. 268.7. And 163.2 times 12. 326.4 times 12. 258.4 times 3. Next, we also need to have the llama own quill thingy. Which is gonna be this, right? That makes sense. Then 1.325. Yeah. And finally, we have Durin damage. 347, 510. You know, for the motion value, it's going to be a massive pain in the ass. So I'm just going to copy this and change it a little. Right? Look at the total attack. We should have a total of 20 hits. So this should basically be it, right? Yeah. And then attack percent. Yeah. Whee! Okay. Then damage percent will be basically nothing. Like actually literally nothing. EM. Main stat. Substats. Iron Sting. Serenade. EM multiplier. Crit value. Effective attack. Yeah, that's a little pathetic, huh? Transformative. 4341 times. Yeah, multiplier. And then Llama proc for 77.8 times Llama's EM. Dude, why do I keep... There we go. So team DPS is at 124k here. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be the best distribution for sure. Pretty good. It is pretty good. It's also worse than using sucrose here instead of Navidad. So yeah. 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 Let's see how it goes with HP main stat. Maybe it is better. Plus 46.6. No, it's 150 DPS lower. No, yeah, 170. No, it's 70. Math is hard, man. It's less than 100 DPS behind. The fact that one of these numbers has one more digit showing up is making my brain struggle to keep up. Okay. Yeah, it's 150. But yeah, it basically doesn't matter. New Nivelet side grade just dropped. Yes, sir. Although I think it's reasonable to call this an upgrade. But it's also worse than not having Nivelet here. Man, that's kind of cooked, huh? Man, they just don't make him like Sucrose anymore, do they? Is Inefa, Colombina, Kazuha, Nevilet not better? I don't know about Kazuha. But Inefa, Colombina, Nevilet +1 probably is better than this. Maybe. What would your best last slot be? Is it just Sucrose? You know, actually, Zhongli would kind of pop off there. Yeah, should we just calc a 3-unit team with Sucrose, Columbina, Inefa? Let's have Electro Mannequin for Electro Resonance. Thoughts? Not Hydro. I think Electro Resonance is better in this team. It'll be close, though. Anyways. How would the team play? I guess you, like, just on-field Sucrose. And you try to battery her particles to Columbina, I guess? Maybe you don't go... Maybe you go Hydro Mannequin. And you just don't try to burst off cooldown on Columbina. Just burst when it's up. Alright, because... 3, 1.8, 1, 0.6, 1, 2, 1.2. If we go... Yeah, so... For now, if we try to burst off cooldown, right, every 18 seconds... Is it 18? No, it's not, right? It's 15. But you don't want to burst every 15, because it lasts 20 seconds. Let's try to burst every 20 seconds for now, right? So in 20 seconds, you get 5 instances of her particle generation thing. So 5 times 4/3. So about 7 particles. Let's say 1 caught, 6 non-caught. So Columbina. Let's just call her Bina, man. Then let's say same shit for Inefa. Then you get... How many average Sucrose E's should we assume when you're on-fielding Sucrose with her C4? I don't know, man. Probably 3. Ish. With Sack? Yeah. Let's do 1 batteried into Columbina, 1 batteried into Inefa, and 1 not batteried. Right? And then with... So we generate about 30 energy per 20 seconds. So you might just not burst every rotation. You might just burst every other rotation. So you don't have to build any ER and you can build full damage. Right, because it's the same for both, right? How's her ER so high? Well, we're playing a 3-unit team. With no one on 5. So, like, yeah. Particle generation is going to be kind of pathetic. Who could have seen that one coming? Let's just do burst every other rotation on both of them. Mannequin on Fav. True. No, we're assuming you don't even swap to this. They're just there for Hydro Resonance. Yeah, let me or maybe we should assume that whatever character this is just on Serenade 5. And you just swap to them to use, like, to proc Serenade, and that's it. And 5. But honestly, it's still not enough to burst every rotation, so I'm kind of just too lazy to calc it with the 5, so we'll just not assume 5. It's fine. Anyways. So, in this team, what do we have? We'll have Serenade, VV. Probably double Dawn. I don't think you want Sky. You could do Sky on one of them, actually. It probably is worth it to do Sky on one of them. Because, like, it does require you to swap into them. But it's not like you can't swap into them, right? Sky and Sugas? No, you definitely want VV. It's not like you can't swap into them. And Sky lasts for 4 seconds. So you just need to swap into them back, like, once every 4 seconds. And it gives the party-wide reaction damage bonus, so it's probably worth it. So let's do Sky in Effa. Alright. Sky, Deathmatch, Sack Jade, Sack Frag. Okay. So this attack is good. Damage percent. Can't forget the Sucrose. True. Actually, does she get this effect without Witch Resonance active? I forgot. I think she doesn't. It's not like it matters, though. Should be D54. Okay. So we have this. Yup. Sucrose buff. Yup. Serenade. Yup. Substats. Yup. Sky. Yup. Is that it? That's it, right? Yeah. This is basically just gone. Crit. Ascension, main stat, substat, deathmatch. Sky. Effective attack, Lunar. Yeah. Lunar charge, proc. Yeah. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Motion value over 20 seconds. We'll have 10 of these. Motion value Lunar. We'll also have 10 of these. Number of Lunar charges. She'll be participating in all of them. She'll be primary in all of them. You have 20 divided by 1.5, so 13. 13 divided by 1. Damage. Yeah. 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 Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. All right. Actually, EM multiplier I didn't properly fix. So this should look at Sucrose's EM. This is only half uptime on Columbina Burst. And we don't have Dawn anymore because we have Sky instead. What was this 20 from? No, right, no, that makes sense. Okay. So it's a little bit lower than that. Yeah, okay. G. Okay. Alright, HP next on Columbina. So main stat, substat. No, sorry. Double main stats, substats. Resonance, Sack Jade. Yeah. Flat HP. Yeah. Damage percent. Yeah. EM. We don't have the Enefa thing. We have Sucrose, Serenade, Substats, Two-Piece, Sack Jade. Yeah, Multiplier. Also, I just realized we don't have Flynn's anymore, so this should be 1.21. Oopsie. Okay. Yeah. Crit value. Crit Ascension. Main stat, substat, weapon. Passive. Crit multiplier. Effective HP. Effective HP lunar. Lunar charge proc. Motion value. 28.4. 58. 54.8. 15.9 times. How many? Just 10. Motion value lunar. This one's going to be a little bit weird. Because we're not doing a rotation that's a multiple of 18. We're doing a multiple of 20. Or a multiple of 6, sorry. We're doing a 20-second rotation. So it's a little bit weird. I guess I could just do an 18-second rotation instead, right? So let's change this to 9. Change this to 9. Change this to 12. I was doing 20 because Columbina's burst duration is 20, but it doesn't really matter. Oh. Okay. Next we have, what was it? 15, no. 9.44 times 3 times, you get 3 of them. Number of lunar charges, 12 divided by 2. Damage, lunar. Yeah. And then Sucrose. We only really need her EM. So triple EM main stats. Weapon. Substats. Serenade. And we're at 105k. Sucrose personal damage is going to be like 5k-ish, maybe. Wait, is that true? I forgot the Dawn here. I also, this should be 10 because we don't have, no, we do have Sky. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Dude, this is just Sucrose, Columbina, Inefa. With Hydro Mannequin. Yeah. Yeah. Navia is good then? Yeah, I mean, you can use Navia in the last slot and like as a burst bot to enable lunar crystallizes, and it's probably pretty good. It's decent. But I'm pretty sure you're better off doing burst bot Navia and on fielding Sucrose. Pretty sure that's more damage. What about Albedo? Albedo doesn't do too much here. Like, he's gonna work. He's gonna be fine. But he's not gonna do that much. Because getting Witch doesn't do too much because most of your damage doesn't scale with the Witch buffs from Albedo and Sucrose, right? It's just damage percent. And most of your damage is lunar, right? If you just look at the damage that scales with damage percent, it's 15k DPS of your 11 or of your 112k. Everything else is lunar damage. So like, yeah, it's kind of pathetic. Durin for Shred. You can definitely do Durin. The problem with Durin is that Durin slows down your lunar charges because the power application prevents lunar charge from actually triggering every 1.5 seconds, and it'll just happen every 2 seconds instead. But it's probably still good because it's Shred and he does damage himself. Yeah. Should we look at TGS's video? We can. Sure. Hey
now.
Shut up, Paimon. Sorry. I had just opened whatever YouTube tab I had open. It was from yesterday when I... Yeah. Anyways. Will Zabai be the best DPS in Genshin? Holy clickbait.
Guys, other than Colombina's second 5-star will be released in the next patch, namely Zibai. This character kinda comes out of nowhere because she's not tied to the main Nodcry story events, but she's tied to the Lantern Rite instead, so probably the biggest Genshin event of the year, so you can expect her to have plenty of importance. She's a 5-star Sword Geo character, and her role is that of a main DPS.
When you press V, it does this? That's crazy. I wanted to press C for...
The last Geo DPS we got before her was Navia, so she fills a niche that really got overshadowed by other releases in the past 2 years. Unlike Navia, she's a more traditional Geo DPS, statistically speaking, in that she skills off defense, but at the same time she benefits from a new reaction, Lunar Crystallites, so she also benefits from Elemental Mastery, which is unique. In fact...
Dude, I will say though, I think it's so fucking hilarious that the last 2 Geo carries we've had are carry that doesn't scale with like pretty much any of the Geo buffers, and carry that doesn't scale with Geo Resonance or fucking like Shilon and C2, or like, it's like, bro, why do all of the fucking Geo buffs either buff defense or damage percent, and both of the Geo carries we've like had since Ito don't care about one of those stats? Like, that's so funny.
Lunar Crystallites is a completely offensive reaction, unlike the previous Crystallites, which was completely defensive and pretty mediocre at that. Basically, triggering Crystallites with either Zibai or Colombina on the team will create 3 Geo turrets on the field,
Colombian.
And every 3 Crystallites triggered, they will launch an attack at the opponent, which takes into account the stats of all the characters that have participated in the reactions. I repeat, as of right now, only Zibai and Colombina enable this. In a full team, this will contribute for a couple 100,000 damage per rotation at the very least, and this already kind of makes 6.3 revolutionary for Geo, as
Okay, sure.
A couple 100,000 is infinitely more than the 0 damage provided by the previous crystallites. Also, these geo turrets count as constructs, which is very good for a character like Chiori, who sees her damage monumentally increased if a construct is on the team. This wasn't a constant for her at all before this change, but now it will be, and that's great. Lastly, in a way, the new crystallites also has better quality of life, as the presence of the turrets on the field will always grant you geo resonance if you have 2 geo characters on the team, while before 6.3 you need to have a shield on to activate that. Technically, the current crystallites is a shield, but since it's generally pretty fragile, it doesn't grant geo resonance as consistently as the new crystallites by itself. So, you have to give it to them. Hoyo really cooked with lunar crystallites. It's definitely a much better increase than Lunar Electrocharge was, and definitely much better than Lunar Bloom, which is probably the worst reaction in the game, even worse than Crystallites, the previous one. Anyway, jumping to Zibai finally, she's a pretty simple character kit-wise. She relies on her elemental skill to enter a special stance, in which all her auto attacks will get infused with Geo. She's essentially a normal attack spam character.
Okay, I mean, we can probably skip the like default basic kit explanation.
Overall, Zibai's damage profile definitely leans towards Lunar type by a massive amount, just like the main DPS that preceded her in Outcry. But the small difference here for her is that her normal Geo damage isn't really at the same level of bad as Nefer and Flint's normal damage types. It contributes to her total output in a way that shouldn't be totally ignored. Her personal DPS on these teams at free-to-play investment is also in a really insanely high range, assuming full best lineups. Of course, her personal DPS doesn't tell the whole story of her teams, so please don't take this part as a conclusive fact, but I just wanted to point out that Zibai will debut in the game as a Geo character that deals a top 3 DPS level of personal damage, which is just unprecedented for the element. There are some caveats, however. The first one is this guy right here, Iluga. Iluga is the new Geo 4-star that's coming out on her banner, and as you could expect, he is her best support by a country mile. He's basically her llama. I don't want to talk about him extensively, because this video is about Zibai after all, so I'll just summarize what he does. He provides her with quills, which increase the damage of all of her attacks, particularly those of Lunar type. He increases her crit stats and her elemental mastery. At C4, he increases her defense by 200, and at C6, he provides her with even more crit stats and elemental mastery. Even a low constellation in Luga is on the level of a constellation 6.
434.
Guys, other than Columbina's second 5-star will be released in the next with buffs and elemental mastery. Even a low constellation in Luga is on the level of a constellation 6 Goro in terms of buffing Zibai, and a constellation 6-1 is a very significant increase, of course. The second caveat is Zibai, and a constellation 6-1 is a very significant increase, of course.
Right.
The second caveat is that Zibai is a passive, which increases her defense and elemental mastery depending on how many Geo and Hydro characters are on her team. This kind of makes her current preferred lineup have Nilu Bloom vibes, in that only 2 elements are allowed. One of them is Hydro, and the other one is of course Geo. Iluga doubles down on this elemental reliance by having a passive which increases his quill effect depending on the same requirement through the presence of Hydro and Geo characters. The third caveat is that as a Geo character that benefits from elemental mastery but doesn't really care about damage bonus because her lunar reactions don't benefit from it, Zibai is really unique, and there is a real possibility that she won't get much in terms of new teammates in the future. Of course, this is just an assumption, but I think the logic behind it makes sense, especially because
Sandrone isn't real. She won't be the support you're waiting for Columbina.
Geo as an element does.
Chat, what if Sandrone is like a Lunar Crystallized support that is supposed to enable Lunar Crystallized Columbina carry and not be good with Zibai? Thoughts? Thoughts? What do you think about that? Thoughts? What do you think? Thoughts?
Doesn't really have a stellar track record in this regard. It's not all bad, however. For the Iluga thing, unlike characters such as Llama and Inefa, who are just game-changing for Nefer and Flames respectively, Iluga is a 4-star and will be featured on the same banner as Zibai, so it should be easier to get. Obviously, getting Constellation 6 on him might be a tall task, but if you have a lot of pulls, even if you get unlucky, the worst case scenario should be that you will get a couple constellations of Zibai, which isn't terrible at all. For the Hydro and Geo thing, it is a team restriction, but not a terrible one. Zibai herself only gets a few small statistical buffs from it, and even if the decrease is applied to Iluga's quills as well, what you will lose from using a 4th character that is not Geo or Hydro won't be insanely impactful. So if the character is good enough to join her team, it may very well end up benefiting her overall. For the third thing, while I stand by the fact that her being a Geo character that is very, very unique, may make it hard for her to get a new synergizing allies in the future, there is this rumor that Sandrone is Geo, and if that's the case, she will probably end up on her team. In that scenario, she will be fine at the very least for the 6.x cycle. Okay, I'm done with all the fluff. Now let's get to some more juicy part. So her team calculation.
The juicy part.
Let me remind you that if you enjoy my content but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so because it really makes me notice your support. And also go check in by the link in the description if you want to buy Primo Gems at a discounted price. Before I special teams, I just want to point out that Zibai is a very nice free-to-play weapon available, specifically Harbinger of Dawn. This weapon provides a lot of crit value, and while it has low base attack, this of course doesn't matter.
Dude,
for a
I can't wait for the fucking GC Sim bat chest for a Harbinger of Dawn Zibai teams that, like, don't have defensive utility. It's gonna be amazing.
defensive scaling character like Zibai. It has a very strict requirement
It'll
of
be
needing
amazing.
the holder to have above 90% HP to provide some of the crit, so I've only assumed it for teams with a defensive option. For teams that don't have a good defensive option, I've used Flute of its Pizza, the craftable sword from Natlan, which is a pretty good stat stick. The main two teams I calculated both include Zibai, Iluga, and Columbina.
Okay, so 0%. That's really funny. I don't think he's a sword user, is he? There's corrections. It's pinned. That doesn't look like a correction. Oh, wait, there is. Ain't no way. Okay, so he gets Dragon's Bane instead of Iron Sting. Cool. I don't know if he does, man. I think it's a Kitane angle. But oh well.
And then I went for either C6 Goro or Zhongli for the flex slot. Goro is using the instructor set here, which improves his supportive capabilities, while I prefer not giving it to Zhongli as well, because I see the second team as a comfort team that still deals a lot of damage, and making Zhongli's shield weaker by giving him instructor would go against that, especially because Jibai is using Harbinger of Dawn here, so Zhongli's shield getting broken at any point of the rotation may signify her losing a good chunk of her damage. The Goro team has no real sustain option.
I feel like that's kind of like forehead, because like characters that only scale with one stat don't get punished that hard for going for a 4-star set. Like he instead of having like 40k HP, he's gonna have like 33k HP. It's really not that big of a difference. That shouldn't be what holds you from going instructor or not.
And it's kind of fully reliant on Zibai's high defense stat and your own skills to stay alive. To be honest, I don't see it as a practical option for most people.
Yeah, also, that's a good point. The way that shields work is they prevent incoming damage based on the actual damage you would have taken without the shield. So if your on-fielder has a lot of defense, your shield is tankier because it's looking at a defense stat that's higher, so the effective HP is going to be way higher. This assumes you have the right main stats and substats on Instructor. It doesn't really assume you have the right substats. Because the only substat you'd be looking for is flat HP, right? And it's not the end of the world if you don't have it. But yeah, it does assume you have the right main stats on Instructor. Which, if you don't, that's a skill issue, honestly. What do I have for Instructor right now? Let's take a look. I don't have a leveled HP Sense, but I should have an unleveled one somewhere, right? Shit, I don't. Okay, maybe I was the skill issue all along. I have a goblet, I'm pretty sure. I don't. Okay, I do, but it's not fully leveled. I have a circlet. But I don't know if I want to go HP main stat or crit rate main stat. You're saying why bother with Instructor on and not go Dawn on Columbina and Silicon on Zhongli Goro? Look at Columbina's damage here. Yeah, it'd be higher if you went Dawn, but this is not a team where Columbina's damage is like an insanely large contributor. So you kind of just don't gain too much from having her on a damage set. And you'd rather have one more support set on the team for Zabai personal damage.
But it's worth considering for
15% on 140k is still 20k. I mean, sure, but like 120 EM on 100k is a lot. Right?
those that are open to retrying stages many times before getting perfect clears, which is a very common thing to do.
Who would be the best 4 slot in Dubai if I don't have Zhongli or C6 Goro? I had Inefa very close to the other two. Other than that, like the default free-to-play option for people who don't have Hycon on Goro, I don't actually know what it would be. Did I end up looking at that many of them? I forgot. We looked at Zhongli, Goro, Inefa. Oh, that was just more of that. And then this was no Columbina stuff, right? Yeah, I haven't actually looked at with Columbina without another one yet. Sucrose? Yeah, it's probably Sucrose. It's always Sucrose.
Doing Stygian. Removing Columbina for Constellation 6 I know is not a monumental loss.
Okay. That is very different from what I had, I think. Is it? So it goes from 124 to 107, which is 17k. I went to 118 from... It was Ino C6. No, it was Ilua C6. With Columbina and Goro, yeah. 144. So I had it at 26k difference. He has it at 17k difference. Hmm. 17.5? Okay, I don't think that's something you can do, actually. Maybe it is. I don't know, man. Okay, I get it. DPS is higher for him than it is for me because he's assuming shorter rotations, but I don't know if that's actually a thing. Maybe it is.
Mostly because as a 4-star, Aino has quicker animations and so she allows for shorter rotations. This should be useful even if you're getting Columbina, because if you have one of Flames or Nefer, who Columbina seems to be more important for, you can use Aino here and not lose an insane amount of damage. I've also calculated the team with Zibaya Constellation 1, which I think makes sense to analyze, because if you plan to get Iluga Constellation 6, odds are you will get Jibai at least a Constellation 1 as well. If you're someone that likes to see things
Zabai Equaldon is 18. Yeah, there's that too, right? Like you're forced to at least 18.
In terms of cost, so the amount of limited 5 stars needed on a team, a C1 Jibai teams at the same cost of a Nefer team should promise much higher damage up.
Nefer is still more cost, but I mostly frame this as getting Ilua plus Jibai C1 versus Nefer plus Lama polls-wise. I see.
which is nice. Basically, the equivalence here is that getting a Constellation 0 Z-Buy will cost the same as getting a Constellation 0 Nefer, but then getting a C1 Z-Buy and a Constellation 6 Luga from there may cost the same as getting a Constellation 0 Llama, so Z-Buy ends up being more cost effective.
That's a fair way to look at it, right? Like, if you're someone who cares about getting cons on characters, the fact that Ilua is a 4-star that's likely going to be on Zabai's banner matters a lot, right? Because if you're getting cons on her, you'll end up with cons on him too as a byproduct. So the C6 Ilua assumption is like reasonable.
Lastly, if you have C2 Shin 0 Llama, be a better option than Goro, partially because she benefits Columbina much more than him, obviously. This will solve the sustain issue on the team, which is both nice for comfort and...
Does it solve the sustain issue on the team? It doesn't, right? Shilonen Burst doesn't heal in Triple Geo, right? It's in his corrections, I see. GG.
It also allows you to run Arbingero Dawn pretty easily, potentially.
Klugi.
So, overall, comfort and also...
I did calcs with Shilonen yesterday, right? Did I end up deleting them? I think I might have deleted them because I didn't care enough. Was it higher? Did I have it higher as well? I think I had C2 Shilonen a little bit higher than Zhongli and Goro, right? But just a little bit. It was like really similar. Yeah.
Allows you to run Arbingero Dawn pretty easily, potentially. So, overall, G-Buy seems to be a very strong main DPS with a C0 to C1 ceiling that seems only replicable in terms of damage by the likes of Mavuika, Nefer on her no sustain team, and Flames if you're assuming sustain teams for all, so that's very impressive. Just to tackle the title of the video, will she be the best main DPS? It's surely possible numbers-wise, like the potential is there, but then of course the gameplay will tell the whole truth, so it's hard to say right now, but she surely has the potential to be up there. Her restrictions aren't ideal, but they're nothing new for a Geo character, so Zibai is definitely gearing up to be a very good pull. And with this, I'm done for today. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to subscribe.
Alright. Well, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Can you calcs on Nefer, Llama, Columbina, Yehuda, C6? 167k DPS. Ha, 67. Haha. I don't even know if it's a real thing or if you're just saying the funny number right now. You guys have ruined my chat. Holy fuck. What would the rotation look like? Right. So like it'd be like Bina, EQ, Yehuda, E, Q, Llama. Actually, you probably Yehuda QE, right? Then Llama. I guess you open your first rotation with Nefer E, right? Just so you can start with Do. Yeah, then Llama, Holdy, Q. Then Nefer, E. Three C. Okay, so I heard that apparently, if you... What are we holding E? Can someone explain? Because this team allows you to hold E, and holding E lets you get more of the, like, quills for, from Llama's Burst. But yeah, okay, so I heard that apparently when you hold E on Llama, it prioritizes consuming Verdant Dew, and when you charge back on Nefer, it prioritizes consuming Columbina's special Dew. I don't know if that's true. But if that's true, it's really nice, because it allows you to, like, start generating your normal Verdant Dew even before you start using Nefer's stuff. Right? Which means you probably don't even need to burst on Nefer here. Which is nice because you have a lot of more animation length than you usually do. So you might be able to fit all of this in 20 seconds. It doesn't, I'm pretty sure. I'm looking at a video where Never prioritizes normal Dew over special. Actually, now that I think about it, even if she prioritizes normal Dew over special, it doesn't matter, right? As long as Llama also does. Because if you have a normal Dew, you'll use it, and if you don't, you'll use a special one, and it's as if you were prioritizing the special ones. Like, it's fine. But I'm pretty sure you still can't do 18-second rotation, because Llama makes that way too cringe. What did I... There she is. Is her absorption an ascension passive? I hope it's not. Because I just want to double check something. Alright, so if I do this... Alright, very cool. And then we just fucking... wait, right?
You're my target.
Okay. So that was basically as quick as you can get it. And it was... We get it at 47, and we get the next one at 25. Fuck, man. I guess it'll be a little bit faster if you have a second Hydro going, like Columbina. Right? Just a little bit.
Strike a pop. Yeah. Smash and grab. Frostmourne of old.
Okay. Oopsie. Oh my! I was too far. I was trying to stay further away because my Yehuda's not leveled, so I knew she was gonna get one shot, and because of that, I was too far for it to pick up. Whatever. We get halfway full at 53, and we can check the next time we get halfway full. It's at 34. Okay, so it might be possible. But Columbina's app isn't as fast as Farina. So I don't think I want to assume less than 20 seconds. Alright, because like... Llama's last application is at 38? No. Is at 36? Yeah, we got really lucky with the specific Farina timing here. Alright, Hydro Aura appears at 35 here. But it could very easily take longer to appear. It's definitely taking longer to appear with... Well... Right before you swamp to her, you do use Columbina EQ. So maybe that application is front-loaded enough when you EQ. I think I'll assume 20 seconds. But it's possible you can do slightly more. Or that you can do slightly less. Doesn't he get more app with her burst? The time when the app matters is... I mean, I guess he kind of does with the absorption, but it's like bad. Isn't Columbina Q also 2U? Yeah, that could help. Yeah, that could help. Alright. So let's look at Nefer. Llama, Yehuda C6, and Bina. Black Marrow. I'll just Marrow, Spindle Loot, Fav, probably, and probably Fav too, actually, right? Yeah, I think it's a Fav Bina angle here. Sky. I think it's two-piece Llama. I guess Gilded Llama. Serenade, Yehuda, Deepwood, Bina. Or the other way around, I guess. Deepwood, Bina. Or Deepwood, Yehuda, Serenade, Bina. Right. Why not the new set? Because I think Llama does a lot more than Columbina does in this team, so having Llama on a set that focuses on damage is probably better. But I can check both. I don't mind. So. Base attack, 344. Whatever. Plus 454. 20%, 350. This times 1 plus this. Plus this. Damage percent. Whatever, man. I'm too lazy to split things up properly. I cannot be bothered. I think after this calc, we'll go do the Archon quest. EM on Nefer. 100 base, 80 from Sky. 80 from substats. 187 times 2 from main stats. 120 from Serenade. 80 from Dendro Resonance. 100 from Yahoda Ascension passive. Is that it? $221 from Black Marrow. Can you run 2-piece EM if you don't have Gilded? Yeah. EM multiplier. 1.35 times... Oh yeah, 100 from passive, you're right. 1.35 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. We don't have anyone triggering the Ascending Gleam bonus. So we have Sky and Serenade. We have Black Marrow. We have Columbina. We have... Do we have anything else? No, right? Yeah. Crit value, crit ascension, 62.2 main stat, substats, Sky, Llama passive. Effective I guess effective attack. Total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Effective EM. I guess I can actually split it up properly here, right? That's burst. This is charge attacks. Effective attack, a lunar is gonna be this one, right? But instead of damage percent, we have EM multiplier, and instead of this crit value, we have this one. Yeah. And then Llama burst or Llama buff is 377.2 times Llama's EM times crit multiplier. Llama's EM 315.2 base. Honestly, let's just do 2-piece because I don't want to have to think. Plus 160. 187 times 3. 200 from Spindle Loot. 80 from Resonance. 140 from Substats. Is there anything else? 120 from Serenade. That should be it. And then for this, we don't have Black Marrow, but we have the rest. Crit value. We don't have Crit Ascension. We don't have Sky. We don't have main stat. You had the 200 base EM? Yes, I did. Effective attack. Right. Base attack, 255 plus 510. 20. Yeah. And then 32%. Okay. And then EEM Lunar is this. And then Llama doesn't proc her own thing here. All right. Next up is motion value for Nefer. We have the burst, 381. No. Yeah, 381.9 plus 76. No. 572.8. Honestly, I don't know if you have time to burst without extending your rotation here. Probably, right? Because you kind of have to wait out Llama's skill anyways. So, sure. Alright, motion value on the charge attack. We have, and the skill. So we have 129.9 times 2. 41.9 times 3. 54.5 times 3. Times 1.24. It's not 3, it's 6. I'm an idiot. Yeah. And then motion value lunar is 163.2 times 2 plus 217.6. We get 6 of them. And times 1.24. Number of llama hits is 18. Right? Yeah. Damage. Effective attack times motion value times shred multiplier. We have, I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. We have 55 shred, so 1.225. Times defense multiplier. I'm going to sneeze again. Then we have the lunar damage and the llama damage. But I forgot to include Yahoda's C6, right? Yeah. Plus 50%. This will now be 90. Will now be this minus 2. Yeah. Okay. Next up, llama damage. Just copy this shit here. We're not getting 12. We're not getting a tap E. We are getting this. Yup. Yahoda damage. I am too lazy to calc. It's gonna be like 4K-ish. Columbina damage. Yeah, this is not gonna be 160, like close to 170k for sure. Like, unless I'm missing something major, we do not get there. The 167k I think assumes 18 seconds. Dude, I think that's too optimistic. Like, maybe it's doable because Columbina burst is 2U, so if you time it perfectly, you can have it hit exactly like on the frame, like the frame after Llama's last hit, and then you can immediately apply Hydro and then Yoda hold the instantly. But like, I don't know. That sounds a bit optimistic. Anyways, so EM on Columbina, we have no main stats, none of this shit, none of this shit. We have Resonance, we have substats, we have Serenade, and that is it. Yeah, multiplier, yeah. Crit value, we have main stat, sorry, Ascension stat, main stat, substat, no Sky, we have her passive instead, Llama Yehuda. EM from Yehuda, that's only to the on-field character, I think. Yeah, on an active team member. Crit. Effective HP. That looks good. Effective HP Lunar. That looks good. Llama 1. That looks good. Huh. Surprisingly high, huh? And then motion value. Characters. Columbina. Just copy paste, idiot. What are you doing? There we go. Then this, we don't have as much Hydro Shred. We only have Llama, so 075. These do have the Shred, though. I have it at 145 here. Assuming 20 seconds. At 18, I guess it does get to like 160 plus. So I don't know if that's doable, though. Did you put Yoda CV for the rest of the team? I think I forgot to put it on Llama, but I put it on the rest. Yeah. And I guess I should actually calc Yoda's damage to be more thorough, right? 223, 454, Dawn Bina. It's not going to be very good. Look at the damage distribution, right? This is a lie. Columbina isn't doing 34k damage. Columbina is doing 16k DPS. Half of her DPS is Llama's Quills. Llama's Quills don't get increased by Dawn. They get increased by Sky because crit value multiplies Llama Quills. But they don't get increased by Dawn because EM multiplier doesn't. Right? So the amount of damage that gets, like, per rotation that gets increased by Dawn is about 200k DPR. The amount of damage that gets increased by a 2-piece on Llama. Oops. Is about 800k DPR. Yeah, Dawn is better of a percentage increase, but yeah. Is this why EM isn't good on Mina versus HP percent? I mean, HP percent also doesn't increase the quill damage. The reason why HP is generally a lot better than EM on Columbina is because, as you can see here, right? This is her damage that gets increased by HP and EM. This is damage that gets increased by HP only. About a third of her damage is just the talent. Like, not the reaction. Her, like, hydro damage is not insignificant. Anyways. How much damage percent does she end up with? Nothing from this, right? God. So much text. Does her EM matter? No. I guess she would go Hydro Goblet. Maybe. So Serenade Mina is better overall. It depends on the team. But in Llama teams generally, I think it does tend to be, yeah. Okay, crit value here. We do have crit main stat. We don't have this one, though. Yep. Crit multiplier. Yep. Effective attack. Yep. Motion value. Let's assume 10 hits. So 256 times, well, 15 with a C1 plus the initial hit through 424 plus 414.4 plus, I could separate this to like separate the different sources of damage, but honestly it doesn't matter. Okay, and they get Hydro Absorb, right? So it's 34.5 times 10. Okay. And then the damage, we just copy this thing. And it's not 4k DPS, it's 6k DPS. Ooh, wow. Massive upscale. Huge. Yeah. And then if we do 18 instead, it is at around 165. That makes sense. I don't know if 18 is reasonable to assume. We'll have to see some rotations before I'm certain on, honestly. And then if we take a look at Sucrose instead. With Sucrose, you can very easily do 18-second rotations, right? She basically has no personal damage. Her EM starts mattering, so 187 times 3, 221. Substats. Serenade. Resonance. Plus 50 plus 20% of J97. No, we don't get the 50. I'm an idiot. It's just the plus 20%. Does he swirl Hydro? I mean, she can. Actually, she probably does. Yeah, whatever. We remove the 100 EM on Nefer from Yehuda. We remove the crit value as well. Then we have to slightly change this. Barely a difference. And we need to add the 2.25. We're not capping it, right? Yeah. 2.25% of Sucrose's EM divided by 100, right? Yeah. Okay. And I think that's it here. So yeah, if the 18-second rotations aren't possible on Yehuda, Sucrose will just be better. But if they are, Yehuda C6 will be better. And Yehuda gives you healing, which is also pretty impactful. What's Nahida? Nahida's going to be very similar to Sucrose. But now that Llama uses her hold E, we're getting double the quills, which means her personal damage is way higher. Or not her personal damage, but like the damage associated to her EM is way higher. And also, the damage associated to Columbina's EM now exists, as opposed to Aino. Which means that the fact that Nahida only buffs the on-fielder rather than buffing the whole team matters a lot more in these teams with Columbina. So I think Sucrose is just better than Nahida in these. Right, like if I do this, go Nahida, we go plus 115.2. We remove this and it said give 250. Which is, oh my god, it's basically the same. That's so funny. And then we just remove it for these. Right? Without looking at Nahida's personal damage, you're at 151k. Her personal damage should be at around 3 to 4k here. So it'll be pretty similar, but a little bit worse. That's without accounting for the fact that her animations are longer than Sucrose's. Yeah. Alright, chat. I think it's time. What about Yunefa? Yunefa will be pretty good. Is VV Sucrose and SMS on Llama better if you swirl Bina damage? Reminder, most of Columbina's damage is Lunar Bloom. It's not gonna be affected by Hydro VV. Because it's Dendro. Alright, chat. It's time. Two E-swap Sucrose, yeah. Honestly, I could also take a look at slightly shorter rotations, like 17-second rotations that use something like Kuki. That's probably gonna be pretty good too. Yehuda's just kind of a fraud, honestly. Anyways, chat, I hope you're all ready because we're about to get welcomed by Act 6.
There you are. I was worried you might stop to collect treasure chests opened by the Seelie along the way. It would have taken you so much.
Should I go grab a
longer to
water
get
bottle?
here.
I'm gonna go grab a water bottle. I'll be right back. I'm back. Guards. Why is Nicole treating us like a child? Is this a joke? I don't really have a feel for her personality yet. Like, is she being genuine with this? Or is this a joke? Angel humor. Noted.
Another conversation I cannot hear.
Ha! Bozo.
I am delighted to see that you understand what takes priority, and that your adventurer's instinct has not swayed your resolve. Really, I must applaud you for it. You should know.
Like, she's being so condescending right now. But, like, it makes sense, right? If I'm a traveler, I'd be condescending too. Like, she's right.
Paimon's head. Okay, I'll try and keep it short. My senses are telling me that this is where we shall find the entrance.
He and
to the
Nicole kind of
ruins.
monotone. Is she? Compared to Japanese? What does the Japanese one sound like? She's more energetic. Should she be energetic, though? Didn't they add a feature that you can change language mid-cutscene? Can you change language? No, you can just adjust audio settings. You can't change language. Like, they make it a point to, like, actually point out that we're intended to be bored by what she's saying. Right? Like, she canonically never yaps about the things she cares about to people because they don't give a fuck. Right? Like, she was really excited about Llama showing interest. So I think it actually makes sense for a delivery to be less energetic.
Oh, cool! Well, what are we waiting for? Let's open it up and see!
Patience. This was a sanctuary of great importance to the Hyperboreans. A special process is required to open the gate.
Oh, like the place that housed the Eternal Moon's Marrow?
Seemed like the ancients were very fond of making tricky gate puzzles. Good one, traveler.
Okay, so what's the plan? Need us to do anything? And just the short version, if you can.
Oh, my idiot's goat.
Ah, all right then. I was planning to start with some background on the invention of these techniques. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? It's quite informative.
Remember what you were saying about priorities?
Fine. Simply put, we need 3 human representatives to successfully undergo a process of Kuvaki resonance. Think of it as a test from the 3 moon goddesses to see if the entrants are qualified.
Can't wait until they add
with the most
Kuvaki resonance in the
recognizable
game.
qualification being Kuvaki.
For the Nod Cry buffs 4 years from now.
Pretty sure Lauma would ace that test. Oh, wait. But we need 3 people.
Wait. Okay, is Llama supposed to be human? Like, I know that she's like... I don't think she's supposed to be like a different species, right? Like, she grew horns because she had really, like, potent magic power number 7, right? Like, her horns aren't like a physical trait of a different race. She's just, like, built different, right? So I guess that is human. She's as human as Alice? I don't think Alice is human at all. But I guess I don't know for sure. Fun fact, Nicole is capable of 4th wall breaks and personally removed the skip button from dialogue. True! Is that why we can't skip in Genshin? It's because Nicole removed the skip button? Damn. Why did Alice have to teach her how to do that, man? It's all Alice's fault. Yet again, man. Who could have seen that one coming? Negative repercussions of Alice's actions. Wow. How crazy. True.
I also have no doubt
Varka patch
that
will
the
add it,
enchanter
true.
would be qualified, but we would need 2 other people with the same constitution. Therefore, the most feasible method is not so much to follow the rules, but to figure out how
Dude,
the test functions and find a
why
workaround.
is it that like the inside of her ear like that is like exactly the same shape as like the way her hair is going here? It's like mirrored and it's like skin versus hair and it makes me uncomfortable. I just noticed that and it's such a minor thing, but I'm deeply uncomfortable. Anyways, sorry.
I've done some research, and it turns out the mechanism is rather crude. We'll simply need humans to stand before it who have sufficient Kuvaki energy within them.
I'm with you so far. How do we get the Kuvaki in them?
Are you sure you want to know, buddy? I'll show you.
The easiest way would be transfusion. Take some Kuvaki from Nodkrai's soil, put it into the bloodstream, and get it circulating in the body.
So we're going to cheat on the test?
Precisely. There are other methods, but this is the simplest one. Cheating the system is much easier than trying to hide from it.
Huh? Ah!
True.
Sorry? Does the idea of cheating upset you, Miss Lauma?
Hearing someone suggest cheating and being like, oh fuck, I have to pretend like I'm against the idea of cheating. Oh,
Huh? Ah! No, that's not it. I suddenly had an idea.
Ooh, what is it?
It's about Moon Prayer Night. I figured out a way for Kutar to join in the festivities.
Huh?
But as Paimon said, we need to have our priorities straight. Let's get back to the test. I'll follow up with Nefer on the festival arrangements.
Oh, okay. Anyway, is this really the best method we have? A Kuvaki transfusion sounds dangerous, no matter how you slice it.
does it? Does it actually sound dangerous? I don't fucking know, man. Don't say these things as if this magic system had some sort of internal consistency, Paimon. You and I both know it'll be dangerous if the plot demands for it to be dangerous, and it won't be dangerous if the plot doesn't. Lore skipper king? Don't call me a lore skipper for this, okay? Like, I am a lore skipper sometimes, alright? And sometimes, sure, you can call me a lore skipper for my takes, but this is not a lore skipper take. Okay? These sort of things are just what the plot demands of them. There's no internal consistency in it.
If you think that's dangerous, wait till you hear the other methods. I'd be more than happy to go through them if you'd like. There are several.
No need, we're good. Let's go with this one.
Some people cannot use and contain energy, that's the point. Yeah, but if the plot demands for them to use and contain energy, they'll just come up with the new energy called lamp energy. And lamp energy, actually, for Lightkeepers, isn't a problem. They can just absorb it as much as they want. Sorry, I just saw my lamp, and that's the first thing that came to mind. Bro just hates magic in general. I don't like soft magic systems. I think they're lazy and cringe.
Very well. Kuvaki transfusion it is. Now, I should mention that the risks can be greater or lower depending on individual compatibility. It would be rash to simply infuse the Kuvaki and hope for the best. If the body rejects it, the reaction can be quite severe. The symptoms are similar to another condition that some people living here suffer from, known as congenital Kuvaki sensitivity. So, before we execute our plan, I will perform a simple test of my own to see who is compatible and who is not. Once that is done, we will have to complete the resonance process as rapidly as possible. The participants must remain stationary while the Kuvaki circulates and bonds with them, and they mustn't eat or drink anything.
What? No eating or drinking?
Wow.
That's some hardcore fasting. They'll all be monks by the time they're through.
3 days.
Oh, that's so long! And we still need to find 2 more people who are not just compatible, but also willing to volunteer.
Fasting? What are they talking about?
Columbina, fasting is what happens when you're in a hurry and you're about to be late to someone, so you start fasting instead of slowing.
Really? Don't you want to think this through?
You don't understand, Paimon. I'm the reason why this whole plot convenience is happening. So I have to step up.
Haha, count me in too. 3 days without food? I can handle that.
Do you guys think he's just, like, gonna eat anyways?
Mr. Cole has made it clear that this is the easiest way. The way I see it, there's nothing else to discuss. It's time to step up.
I do think it's really funny that, like, Varka's been, like, looking for ways to not have to do anything this whole time. And for the first time that the job required is not doing anything, he's like, count me in! That's me! Me! It's my turn! Me! Choose me! I'll do it! Me! Oh, classic Varka.
Yeah, you're right. In that case, Paimon volunteers to be captain of logistics. She'll keep the fires lit.
Chat,
grab some spare
you know,
clothes to keep you
I've just
comfortable.
come up with the best idea for Varka's kit. Chat, what if when Varka is on your team, other characters cannot generate energy until his burst is full, and energy that's generated on them goes to him instead? Dude, like he's the he's the grandmaster of the Knights of Favonius too. Fav weapons are all about generating energy for the team. Like, wouldn't that be fucking sick? That's why Durin gives himself flat energy? Yeah, exactly. And, like, the best way to play him is going to be to have the whole team on Fav, even him.
Then we'll start
True.
with you first, traveler. Please step forward.
Wow.
How's it going? Do you feel anything?
Nope.
How about now?
Nope.
And now?
Still nothing.
What about now?
Nothing at all.
You guys, it's not a competition, you know.
All right, I'm officially impressed. Even as a descender, you can withstand far more than I imagined.
Holy. You're telling me that this new convoluted magic system is something that the Traveler is really good at? Yo, that's crazy. Isn't that crazy?
It's like I summoned a giant stone titan to arm wrestle you, and your arm hasn't even moved an inch. In my last attempt, I infused 5 times the amount of Kuvaki required.
That much? Actually, I couldn't even feel it.
Yes. Safe to say, compatibility won't be an issue for you. You're eligible to join. You're next, Mr. Varka.
Sure, here goes nothing.
I hope he fails pathetically.
All right.
On the first
I'll
one.
start where we left off. 5 times the required Kuvaki dose.
That doesn't sound like a good idea.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, wait a minute.
What the hell is that? Is he throwing up?
How's it going?
No, not great.
Okay, he didn't throw
I kind
up.
of want to puke. Feels like I've been drinking too much. A few bottles of wine.
Is it because he
and
didn't
this kind
fucking
of dark
fast?
horse,
Wait, is this
some hard
post-fast or
liquors and meal
pre-fast?
mixed in.
This is pre-fast. Okay, never mind then. I thought we needed to fast for the test. I see. It was just for the thing that the test is testing for. Okay.
You think
My
this
bad.
is funny? I just lost to a young lady in an arm wrestling contest. I'm never gonna live that down.
My apologies. I'll lower the concentration and try again.
I don't think it'll work any better.
Oh.
How's it going now?
I'm not as dizzy as last time, but I can still feel it pulsing around.
In that case, you wouldn't be an ideal choice, Mr. Varka. Let's try someone else.
Dude, imagine if that second time he was just lying. Like, he doesn't actually feel bad, he's just lying so he doesn't have to do anything.
Okay. Let's go ask some of our other friends then.
No surprises here, Miss Smoonchanter. You're perfectly compatible. You may join.
Did we skip, like, going to find people? I'm so fucking glad we did. Skipping the fetch quest is actually so nice, thank you.
I'm getting a slight headache.
Shame. You were so close.
No!
Whoa! I'm itching all over!
Damn.
Allergic reaction. We can't have that.
Wait, she's allergic? What? She's allergic to Kuvaki? Wait, that's actually really funny. Yeah, she's just allergic to the moon. No wonder she sucks.
Well, are you gonna start or what?
The Hexenzirkel is an organization that cares for and protects children. We will not have them do dangerous
Okay,
things.
listen, buddy.
Not even tests.
Listen, buddy. I don't think you're speaking for anyone else in the Hexenzirkel right now. Protects doesn't necessarily exclude Alice, but cares for sure does. But then Rhine-daughter, you know? So yeah. That sounds like a lie.
Is something the matter?
The candidates have to be human.
Damn. She really out here calling her a clanker. Fuck. That's crazy.
I guess that rules me out too.
Huh. Everyone except the Moonshander got beaten. Guess I don't need to feel so bad after all. I mean, looks like this isn't gonna be as easy as we thought.
Perhaps I could ask for volunteers among the Frost Moon Scions.
I'll see about talking to some trusted Lightkeeper colleagues. Itlua springs to mind. In fact, I think we had some former Frost Moon Scions join our ranks recently.
Can you give me the scientific explanation for how the test works? I can probably make some kind of test bot.
Sorry, I know this is magic, not science.
Then we can just zip through Nasha Town, going up to people and pressing a button to check their status. Wouldn't that be way easier?
No.
Wow! No elaboration for once.
That's because witches don't like kids. Paimon.
How about I contact the Knights of Favonia's garrison in the Wave Chaser plane? Shame that Lohan's already left. And that guy's even tougher than I am.
Who the fuck is Lohan? Some rando. New name. Besson's lots of support for Varka, I see.
Strange. The moon goddess is clearly revered by many people. So why is she on the brink of disappearing?
She mentioned that the world has rejected her from the very beginning.
And when we fought the Rakhir of Salnari, it seemed like she exhausted her power for our sake.
Also, Paimon's not sure revered is the right word for how people feel about her.
Gratitude, certainly. For my part, anyway.
It's basic reciprocity. She helped us, so she deserves our help in return.
Yeah. Even though she looked like she didn't care, she still saved a ton of people, including me.
A review of the relevant data leads me to conclude that Miss Columbina is a good person.
Yep, you bet!
They really think so?
Look at her smiling and shit. Fucking kicking her feet up and giggling.
I'm super surprised that Columbina isn't her actual name, though. I think it really suits her. It's light and graceful and... yeah, just a really pretty name.
I know, right?
She said the thing, chat. I'm cold.
Unfortunately, that's not our decision to make.
Columbina. That was the code name the Fatui gave me. But it also came up in the song I heard when I was born. But is that really all there is to it? What do I truly think of my own name?
What if the real name was the friends we made along the way? Thoughts?
Is there anyone left who will still call me by that name?
Maybe because I felt that she never wanted to become Kutan and be worshipped as a god.
Moonprayer Night is getting closer by the day. We're running out of time. We need to look for other candidates.
Then allow me to try.
Holy.
Huh? What are you doing here?
You contacted your friends via the Adventurers Guild. Sandrone has been keeping an eye out for something like that, so she informed me. Since I have the ability to accommodate a moon marrow, I should prove to be a suitable candidate.
Arlecchino.
When can we begin?
I see. We can begin right away. How was it? Did you feel any discomfort?
I bet she did feel discomfort, and she's gonna lie and say she doesn't.
Not at all.
Then it seems we shan't need to look for additional candidates after all.
Great!
I don't know what I think about Arlecchino's whole fucking recontextualization and like rebranding and Nod Cry. She was more fun in Fontaine. Yeah, like pre-story quest Arlecchino was like so much better. I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. I don't know, man. I'd like to see her wit displayed more. Yeah, it's like... I don't think it's inherently boring to have her care about some people. I just think that, like, it is kind of boring to make her whole character about that. Like, I miss when she was, like, evil sometimes. Yeah, like she's just yet another nice character now, exactly. She's like the RPG boss after they join your party, exactly.
Cool. Alright, like Paimon said, the rest of us can take turns making sure the three of them stay warm and comfy.
Then, my job is to take care of the caretakers. I will ensure everyone receives food and accommodation.
I'm ready as well.
I feel like you're misunderstanding her character. It's not that I don't understand what they're going for. It's that I think it's a massive wasted opportunity and an overwhelming disappointment. I understand what they're doing with her. I just think it's boring as fuck. Back when her character was more vague, my perception of her... What the fuck are we doing? Sorry. Back when her motivations and like just
the work is done.
Intentions in general,
the sacred scroll shut.
Were a lot more vague.
The stars grow dim, the people silent. The white sun sets, the silver moon rises. O path to the temple, appear now before us.
But yeah, like I was like expecting her to be a lot more manipulative and like evil. And then they just made her just a normal person that has an evil job, I guess. And it's just to me it was a massive letdown. So that's why you're headcanoning Llama as manipulative? I don't think Llama being manipulative is headcanon. Like, it's very clear that she knows how to handle Nefer's business-focused mindset. Like, memes and headcanon and Yuri jokes aside, she is very clearly intended to be portrayed as an intelligent character that understands how people think. And capitalizes on that understanding to manipulate people. Not manipulate? That's just semantics. Like, she is behaving in a specific way to achieve her desired outcome, knowing the way that her behavior will affect other people based on their psychology. You want to call that something other than manipulation? Okay, if you want, but we're describing the same actions with the same intentions. All right? Like, you're not arguing that she's not doing that, you're just arguing that's not manipulation, and that's just semantics. I'd say it's not that you don't think she's manipulating, it's that you don't think her manipulation is morally bad. But manipulation is not an inherently morally evil, like morally negative action. But yeah, I do play up how manipulative she is. Because it's funny. Man, these Fatui ruining the evil image that Scaramouche, Dottore, and Signora worked so hard to build up. Now they're all just nice, go to tea parties, and kiss each other. SMH, where has my evil organization gone? SMH. Yeah. I know, right?
So that's what all this is about. They've been trying to open this gate.
Come, let us enter.
It might be best to eat something first. Take care to chew properly and swallow slowly.
Right, because we've been
It'll
fasting
give your
for
body
3
time
days.
to readjust to the digestion process.
They will head in soon. They will need to enter this gate.
So that feels like it came out of nowhere, but no, it actually makes sense.
Huh? I cannot pass through. Is it because I have no physical body?
I mean, the Fatui were never meant to be evil, they're just selfish. I mean, sure. But, like, if you look at the chronological exposition we've had to Arlecchino, she was definitely built up as a, like, evil character. She was portrayed as intimidating, but I wouldn't say evil. We're talking about a character who is running an orphanage of war children, of war soldiers, of children soldiers, and who almost murdered Farina. And like I should have killed that fraud. Yeah, she didn't kill Farina. How much more evil can you get? People love calling characters morally gray, but like, I think that's a massive cop-out. Outside of like satire or the worst media you've ever seen, there is no such thing as a character who has no hint of gray in their characterization. Even the most vile characters in fiction have some sort of gray associated. So, like, saying she's not evil, she's morally gray, it's like, those aren't mutually exclusive. Because every character is going to be some shade of gray. Right? When people call Arlecchino evil, or when people call characters evil in general, they're not saying it's not gray. They're saying this shade is real dark. And I think with that understanding, most people would agree that Arlecchino is definitely a character that is more on the evil side. Does she have a sympathetic backstory? So does she have like excuses for her actions? Sure. But she's still evil. I think Arlecchino being a bad person because she's mentally fucked up, but who's able to slowly grow out of it thanks to a healthier environment is better than her just being evil. But again, like, those are not mutually exclusive. You can be an evil character who is getting less evil with time. My problem is that they're just not committing to having her do anything really evil on screen. You know, it's like... It just feels like such an incredibly non-committal characterization. It's either raise them as child soldiers or leave them as orphans with no home. I mean, that's a way to look at it. The way I look at it is, I mean, yeah, but, you know, you should still feel fucking terrible about what you're doing. If it was me, I'd feel fucking terrible about what I'm doing. I would never be telling myself, it's fine because if it wasn't for this, they wouldn't have any other options. Like, no. Like, you're... Yeah. Why isn't this person who I assumed was evil not doing evil? She's clearly evil, isn't she? I don't think you're understanding my issue. My issue isn't Arlecchino is not adhering to pre-established characterization. My issue is Arlecchino's characterization as a whole is a massive letdown compared to what it could have been, and her character is boring and uninteresting and unoriginal. And she would have been much more interesting and original if she was actually evil. And she could have been based on the initial things we saw of her. Right? Like, before we actually got to interact with her, she was very intimidating. In her interactions with Farina, she was very intimidating. And then, when we started interacting with her, she just stopped being intimidating. And now she's just another one of the minor villains we team up with here, like, sometimes because of common goals or whatever. She's still intimidating to Yehuda. I'm pretty sure Yehuda would be scared of a fucking, like, dog. A literal moth would scare her, true. She's still that character, though. We just don't see that side of her because we have a semi-positive relationship with her. Yeah, and that's really boring. It's like, no, trust me, players. Trust me, travelers. Arlecchino is, I don't know what... How should I even, like, call that? Like, she is an evil antagonist that... But it's just happening off screen. Just trust me. Like, that's even worse, right? Like, you get how that's worse, right? Anyways. Like, I think the characterization of having a character whose backstory is they were raised as a fucking war orphan child soldier. They were abused. They killed the person responsible for the whole thing, and they took over just to perpetuate that exact same cycle. An exploration of that characterization can be very interesting. But I don't think you can make it interesting without either making that the protagonist so that the story centers around them enough that we see the character development, or making them just a fucking evil person.
It has been 3 days. My strength is all but completely faded.
Didn't she stop sending children to Dotori like the previous leader did? Yeah, and she's fucking patting herself on the back for that. Like, shit, bro, you're not fucking using them as experiments, but you're all you're doing is manipulating them, grooming them into fucking spies and assassins and soldiers and giving them a miserable life. And yeah, you're telling yourself that it's fine because if they actually do want out, you'll like erase their memories or whatever the fuck that quest was all about. I kind of forgot. And you'll let them go, but they don't know that, so as far as they're concerned, they're trapped. But no, you get to pat yourself on the back because you're giving them an out. Anyways. Surely. I think the issue is just that Arlecchino is a complex character, and that complexity can't shine in a story where she's a supportive side character. I get what you're saying. I don't know if that's necessarily complexity. It is, like, multifaceted. Right? But I don't know if that qualifies as complexity if it's not weaved in properly together. Like, would you say that like if someone is like really good at tying knots and they come up with a like really, really difficult knot to untie, whatever, versus if someone fucking has a rope in the back of their car and it just keeps getting entangled because the car moves around a lot because it's a really old car, and eventually they like look at it and it's like omega tangled up, would you say that the knot and the tangled rope are equally as complex? Even if both of them are like as difficult to untie or whatever, I don't think both of those qualify as complexity. Right? One of those isn't complex, it's just a fucking mess. You know?
Can I really hold on until Moon Prayer Night?
Oh shit, we started Act 6. Holy. Chad, are you proud of me? Ripples that will never reach. Ripples that will never reach. Is that considered Act 5 or Act 6? Shit, that's considered Act 5. Ah, fuck. Well, it's not my fault. They said Act 5 completed yesterday, okay? They did. It is not my fault. I'll talk to Barca.
It's good to know you're all
well. Oh,
well.
I can spend resin. You're right. That's
Puts
true. That's
me at
true.
ease.
You're right. You're right. I'll go spend resin right now. Do I want to moon? I don't need to moon anymore on this account, right? I already have enough. So yeah, I can condense. But even if I do, I think I still have some resin left. Right? Because I have all my... Yeah. 20 resin. No, because I'm capped on condensed. Because I condensed yesterday as well. Did I do my weeklies already? Let's check. Holy. +1 wish. I haven't. Okay, so we could potentially do weeklies.
Ad Astra. Thank you for complete. Ad Astra.
Full on standard. I'm waiting until Yehuda gets on the standard banner. Because I want to get Yehuda on this account. Probably won't matter, but we might as well, right? What did I want to do? I forgot. Chat, I forgot. What did I want to do? Weekly, yes. What boss does Colombina need again? It's a new one, right? Yeah. So I can't pre-farm. So I guess I'm just cooked for weeklies. Alright, there's nothing I can really do. So I could just pre-farm Hera, yeah. Is there any weeklies I care about doing right now? Like, what about 4-star characters I don't have yet? Who actually need to have their talents leveled and that are good and that I really want to build once I get them. Is there anyone? Chess for it, Lua? I'm not going for it, Lua. On this account. Well, if he's running on the Colombina banner, I might get him, but I'm not going to build him. Mona. I guess Mona does matter. Yeah. Farazan if I end up going for Varka for some reason, maybe. But I'm not convinced about that one. Sarah, probably not. I could just level Fischl stuff. So, like, I might want Fischl, I might want Tsingtao. And then... I might want... Wait, who was the other one you guys said? I forgot. Mona, yes. I might want Mona. So, Fischl, Tsingtao, Mona. What weekly bosses do those characters use? Fischl, Tsingtao, Mona. Wolf. That's Wolf as well. And Wolf. Oh, bet. Wait, that's sick. All three of them are Wolf. Yo, that's nice. That means I can farm all three of them at the same time. Bet. I don't think my Malika can one-shot it. Maybe she can, actually. Wait, does Andrea scale with world level, chat? Will I get more drops if I do this on someone else's world? Yes. All right. Any
Let us have a modicum
any
of
European
patience for
Elpers
the
in the chat? But you don't have any Elpers? Damn, you're right. Player not found. GG. Got a seat lolly and a Mawika. So I should probably go for things that don't interfere with that.
Let's light it up! Adventure time! Adventure time!
This looks like a whale, so I think it'll be faster if I just buff them. My Sucro's on TTDS right now, but I'm too lazy to change that just for co-op. What the fuck? Evil and intimidating Mawika? What the hell?
Teamwork is dream. Get to work. See Laline, eat Papa. Grab from the sky.
I mean, fuck. She sure was evil and intimidating, man. Can we get 3? No. That's fine, though. Thank you very much. Are both C6? They might be. I don't know. Honestly, it could just be double C2. You get most of the, like, screenshot stuff from that anyways. You can skip dog second phase if you one shot. Yeah. Dog enters second phase after you get it to the HP threshold, but if you just kill it from above that HP threshold, you just skip it. You can also kill it while it's running around if you have range or something, but it's just difficult. Chat, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I have the energy to do Act 6 today. Like, I'm like taken aback by the fact that that was still considered Act 5. And it's not like I lied in the title, right? Like, we did do Archon quest progress today.
He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply to wander through not...
Let's spend the rest of our resin. I don't know where, though. I guess it's just Hera, right? Because I haven't pre-farmed Hera already, right? I'm not gonna, like, pre-farm it twice like an idiot. Yeah, okay. Save for Stygian. Stygian is not until 2 days from now. So saving now doesn't do anything. I already have my 5 condensed.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol.
Go claw! Animation
Ammo test 63.
Observe. Be silent. Night falls.
4. I forgot. Chat, I forgot. I need to be in someone else's world for this too. Oh no. Oh fuck. That's embarrassing. Shit, that's really embarrassing. Fuck. Wait, that's so embarrassing actually. Oh god. Wait, dude, I'm actually so embarrassed right now. Chat, where should I epitomize my path? Not that it matters, because I'm not pulling on this banner. Yeah, whatever. Well, that was that. If you want, you can join me again. It's too late. I already used my resin. It's fine. All I need to do is get 4 twice on the way to 46, or not get 4 a single time, and then it won't have mattered. Right? Because usually you need to get 4 one time from 0 to 46, so that you get exactly 46, right? So if I don't get 4 at all, it won't have changed the amount of times I need to kill Hera, and if I get 4 twice, it also won't have changed. So it's only if it happens exactly one time that it'll change something. Surely it won't happen exactly one time, right? 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 Duel in the Mist. You want me to do Duel in the Mist? I'm sure you speak for everyone when you say that you want me to do Duel in the Mist. I don't really want to do Duel in the Mist, but I'll do another one of them. Right, I haven't done all of the songs on this account yet. Yeah, there's a few I haven't done. This one's fucking boring though. Meh. This album is a banger as a whole. Are there any that I haven't done here? That one's boring though, because it's too long. Is that the only one I haven't done? It is. Damn. Okay. We can do Chaska. Oh yeah, there's new stuff now. Wait, is the new stuff not accessible from here? You have to do it in settings? Yeah, whatever, I don't care. It's co-op. Is it only co-op that the new stuff is there? No! Choked at the end. Damn. Classic. Classic. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, let's do this one. Yeah, okay, there's specializations. Musical notes will shrink in size. So this is just like less forgiving on timing, right? Yeah, fuck it. Let's try that. The other one seemed meh. But that one I'm down. Do a no hit? No, that just sounds annoying because it takes so long to start a song. Oh, I see. You have to release it at the, like exactly the right time. I wasn't doing that. Oops. Fuck. 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 Yeah, I'm not used to like having to release it at the right time, so I keep fucking it up. Fuck! Again! Fuck. This is a great feature, actually. This makes them so much more fun. Wait, I'm actually so glad they changed that. Holy. Oh, and it shows up here. Wait, that's sick, actually. Do Varessa's? Alright, bet. What did they change? So they added a... They added a, like, difficulty setting that reduces the window that you have to hit the notes. That makes it shorter. And that makes it so you have to release long notes at the right time. Ah! I didn't release it at the right time there. Fuck, yeah. I got distracted after that. No! Okay, not bad though. So this doesn't override it, right? Yeah, okay, it doesn't override it. But oh, this is dude, I like this. This is actually such a great update. Holy fuck. This is actually an amazing update. Oh, I'm not for this. It didn't give you the new icon. Yeah, because I didn't beat my score. No! Damn. Unlucky. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Next. You know what? Let's do one of the ones that we'd canoed before. That's like fun to do. And try to canoe it again with this. Lenny's one I think is a bit hard because I think there's a good amount of long notes here. Maybe not. No, I got a good. One good. Tragedy. Alright, let's duel in the mist and then I think that'll be it for today. That wasn't fucking bad at all. What the fuck? What do you mean 5 good? That was with a fucking higher sensitivity for goods, too. Holy shit. I actually beat my high score with the new thing. Ha, that's crazy. I'm just goated with it, I guess. What the fuck? Zeterix has 100% all of these, and he said that's the hardest one. Honestly, okay, I don't know how much of a hot take this is, but I think Duel in the Mist is a lot easier than a lot of the others, just because it's actually fun. So doing it over and over again doesn't exhaust you mentally. Right? And there's not really an easy part. Like, there's a couple parts that are harder than others, but there's no, like, boring part where you know you'll fuck it up unless you fall asleep. So you're always, like, engaged by it. Like, I will eventually canoe Duel in the Mist, because I don't mind doing it over and over again, because it's fun. I know I'll probably never canoe Rondeau, because there's no fucking way. Because it's just such a boring song in the middle. And the hard part is at the end. And I'm not doing that, man. Hermione has to be the hardest one in the game? I don't think so. It's definitely the hardest one on that album, but I don't think it's the hardest one in the game at all. I mean, fuck, you baited me into doing another one. It is what it is. Oh, okay, wait. Fuck. Okay, my bad. That was terrible, Jesus Christ. Fuck! I fucked it up in a couple places, but like it's not nearly as hard. Like, I'm good at Duel in the Mist because I've done it hundreds of times. This one I've done like maybe 20 times. It's not that hard. But it is the hardest one on this album, yeah, for sure. Maybe Eon-san one would be harder if it was longer. Right? Like, Eon-san's one is hard, but because it's so short, you can kind of just brute force it, you know? It's just so fucking short. Huge! Should we try to do it with all of the things turned on? Specialization. How bad is the... Oh, that's disgusting. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay, that's fucking awful. Oh, God. That... No, thank you. Jesus Christ. Nah. That's not fun. That's just unpleasant, for sure. Yeah, you could do, because they added co-op and this feature, you can do a duel in the myths, duel in the myths. Which is kind of cool, but like also no. Okay, should we do this? Fuck it. No, wait. I'm gonna turn off this fucking garbage. Yeah. No ratings yet. Wonder how bad this is gonna be. No, that's too much for me, for sure. No, thank you. I'm gonna remove all my filters. Fuck it. Except the difficulty one. Give me 7 to 10. Yeah, let's do Gole. Yeah, this is... Yeah, end key rollover issue. Man. But usually the 7s are too bad, man. Like, they're too easy. But half of the 8s just don't work because of end key rollover. Not a great start. Yeah. Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. I didn't want to do this song anyways. It's okay. Tab cheese. What does tab cheese have here? That's the one we just did. What am I doing, man? Fuck. Do Arla? Yeah, I'll do Arla, you know, if I see one. Not this one, though. Well, no, I guess it's fine. If I get Enki rollovered again, I'm just gonna end stream. This one is allowed. This one is not allowed. Okay. Well. GG. What the... Alright, chat, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow we'll keep going with the Archon quest. Don't know if we'll finish it tomorrow, but I think we'll try. As usual, hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed your stay. I have a video to post. It's the first impression on the new characters. Before I post it, I'm actually going to go pin a comment right now. Changes from V2. It was C2, defense scaling, which I briefly mentioned as doing somewhat decent damage for people that want to build him outside of lunar teams. Got divided by 2, so that's kind of bad now. What else was there for changes? Was that it? Everything else seems unchanged, so I don't think so we'll probably have to wait for V3 to see what direction they want to take with this beta. It has been pinned. All right. So, as usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. If you're too lazy, I understand. The video has been posted. I'll post a link in chat. Go watch it. Leave a like, comment, subscribe, and I will see you guys tomorrow for more questing. Bye-bye.